Okay, good evening. This is the Huntley Community School District 158 Board Meeting on October the 21st, I believe. It is 6:06. Can we have roll call, please?
Mr. Gentry, Mr. Guerin,
Here.
Mr. Troy, Mr. Quagliano,
Here.
Mrs. Melendi,
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino,
Here.
Mr. Craddy.
Here. Okay, we have 5 of 7, we need a quorum. So I would like to make the motion to go into closed session at 6:06 for the items enumerated in the agenda. Have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Maiorino. Can we have roll call, please?
Mr. Troy, Mrs. Melendi,
Yes.
Mr. Gentry, Mr. Quagliano,
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino,
Yes.
Mr. Guerin,
Yes.
Mr. Craddy.
Yes. Okay, we will be in closed session.
Do we need our resolutions and stuff? No,
Yeah.
that's for next month, but I'm gonna put them out there, so take them with you.
Okay, we're gonna start, we're gonna resume our meeting. Appreciate it. Quiet down, thank you. Okay, so we've exited, closed session, we've, have suspended it. It's now 7:13, can we have roll call?
Mr. Gentry?
Here.
Mr. Guerin?
Here.
Mr. Troy? Mr. Quagliano?
Here.
Mrs. Melendi?
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Here.
Mr. Craddy?
Here. Okay. First item out of closed session is action items, and we do have a couple action items from closed session. So I'll start out with a motion that student 2021-01 be expelled, held in abeyance, conditional acceptance to Evergreen Academy in Union, Illinois for the remainder of the 21-22 school year with the possibility of administrative review at the end of the first semester and possible return to Huntley High School for the second semester pending the results of said review. So a second? Second. Second from Mr. Gentry. Can we roll call on that?
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Troy? Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Motion passes. On to motion number 2. Make a motion that student 2021-02 be expelled, held in abeyance, conditional of acceptance to Evergreen Academy in Union, Illinois for the remainder of the 2021-22 school year with the possibility of administrative review at the end of the first semester and possible return to Huntley High School for the second semester pending the results of said review. And a second. Second. Second from Mr. Gentry. Can we roll call?
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Motion passes. Okay, we're back. An open session, so we're on to item 6, which is the Pledge of Allegiance. And we have some students from Marlow. We can bring them in.
Hey, good evening. We have Haley and Morgan here this evening. They both qualified for state for cross country. So if we have a giant viewing bump in our YouTube views, it's our cross country team. We'd just like to point out that our girls have decided to continue practicing year-round on their own. So they are after school several days a week practicing on their own.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. They're scampering.
They don't want to talk to them. I don't blame them. They're running.
Item 7 is academic spotlight. Picture.
Come on. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Okay, that's perfect, guys. Perfect.
Thanks.
I'm gonna stand on one day.
Never thought this was going.
Never.
Okay, now we'll move on to item 7, which is academic spotlight. Dr. McCurnle?
Good evening. Tonight, we are very excited to highlight one of our elementary programs is our Explore class. And if you remember back in 2019, 2020, that's the first year that we were able to implement Explore as an additional special for all of our elementary students. And so we have our team of teachers. I think every single one of the teachers from each of the schools are here, and they brought some students to kind of highlight exactly what they do. So with no further ado, Ms. Wargo, their Explore team leader, is going to come up and get it started.
Hi, I'm Brandy Wargo. I'm the, push the button and that says push? Yeah. You got it. There we go. I'm Brandy Wargo. I'm the Conley Explore teacher and the Explore team lead. And I want to just kind of give you an overview of what our program looks like. And then we brought some super fun ambassadors to kind of have you come join them in some of their activities and some of the projects they've been working on in class. So we use Project Lead the Way, their launch program. It's a pre-K through 5 program. We utilize the K through 5. And there are 18 modules we teach, 3 modules per grade level per year. Our students are engaged in hands-on activities. We explore modules in computer science, engineering, earth science, biomedical science, with a primary focus on our 21st century learning skills. PLCW is aligned to the Common Core Math Standards, Common Core ELA, and the Next Gen Science Standards. And each module is about 10 hours and integrates both formative and summative assessments. PLCW uses the APB approach. The modules are set up with 3 activities in each module that provides an initial story to engage the students, and then activities that build their background knowledge. They're presented with a problem in that first activity, that first story, and everything we do from that point on works to build their background knowledge so they'll have the skills they need to solve that problem. After the first 3 activities, we move on to the project. The project takes a little bit of what they know and expands on what they know in a less structured type of a format. And then we move to the problem. I know it doesn't start with a B, but that's what PLCW does, so we go with it. And this, or they apply and they transfer the knowledge they've gained throughout the module to solve the problem that was presented initially. They'll be building or engineering, designing, using the scientific inquiry process to solve that problem. What's nice about PLCW is at all grade levels, critical thinking is embedded in everything they do, which should lead us to the 21st century learning. Yes. And every day we talk about these 21st century learning skills: communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. And we really stress that they use these skills and develop these skills because we know that's what our learners today are going to need to be successful in the world tomorrow. Our youngest students can do this, and our oldest students are becoming very good at it. Even with social distancing and protocols in place, they're still collaborating and communicating effectively. This is a brief overview. I'm not going to bore you by reading you all of these, all the words on these screens, but these are the modules that we do, and again, they kind of run through engineering, scientific inquiry that runs through biomedical science, earth science, a little bit of physics thrown in there. Kindergarten right now is doing structure and function of the human body, first grade light and sound, and then second grade materials, science, properties of matter, which is kind of fun to watch the little ones do. And again, K2 is so much hands-on. They are doing something with their hands every day. They have hands-on materials. They're learning and collaborating with those materials and building in hand. Our 3-5 modules, stability and motion, forces and interactions, is a look at forces in simple machines and compound machines and how we use machines to solve problems. Energy collision The student here to demonstrate will show you what the problem we're trying to solve is, but we're learning about energy, potential energy, kinetic energy, transfer of energy, how to absorb energy to prevent an inelastic collision. And then fifth grade, one of my favorite modules, infection detection, where we go through looking at, before 2 years ago, something unknown was contact tracing, and we try to find out what illness is spreading around this make-believe school and how it spread and how to contain the spread. It's super interesting. The kids are engaged, obviously, because of current events, but even before that, we had some great discussions with that. Okay, so our Explore teachers, we are all here. Heather Haas is over at McCabe, I'm at Conley. Gina Samples at Legee. Robin Dubek is our Harmony Road Square Barn Campus K-5 teacher. Over at Martin, we have Ben Reebach. At Cheswick, Stacy Hassels, and Aaron Sterry is our Reed Road K-5 teacher. And the best part yet,
Before you skip that, I need to just give a shout out to all of our teachers. Our Explore teachers are some of the most passionate, most excited about what they do, and you can truly just sense the love of what they're doing and their excitement for learning, just radiating off of them, from seeing teachers in aprons that have human body parts on them, right, dressing up. We have other things going on, and then we have many of our teachers who have actually gone and gotten their master's degrees in some of these subjects and are certified Project Lead the Way trainers. So they have really taken this and made it their own. So I just want to make sure you guys get the credit that you deserve.
thanks. I'll still say this is the best part here. We brought some Explore ambassadors with us. So I'm gonna introduce them in just a moment, but I'm also going to invite you all down to come and interact with them. Please feel free to ask them questions about what they're doing, participate in the activities they brought along. They're very excited to show you what they've been learning, and they have some good stuff. So from McCabe, we have Saylor. At Conley, Lincoln. At Legee, we have Brock, Madeline, and Mackenzie. At Martin, Grace came. And at Cheswick, we have Matthew and Chloe. So they're going to take just a couple seconds to set up, and then please come down and join us. So we'll also do this little after zero catches.
If you want to, you can stand over. Here, you can use the space. Yeah. You want to use the space here?
This is Saylor. Hi, So do you want to tell her what you have?
I do.
All right. Can you talk a little louder? Tell them what they have to do. So do you want to tell her why we use cup phones?
Yeah, the hand is on right.
Okay, so go right here. Yes, to hear each other from far away. Because what are we learning about?
One of them?
Doesn't matter, you pick.
Light by sound and how they travel. So before you talk in the cup phones, can you tell her what's going to be traveling through that string?
So now what do they do next?
Sound. And how does the string need to be? Straight. All right. So Saylor, do you want to tell her what to do with it? With my other hand? Do you want her to put it up to her ear? Yeah. All right. Tell her.
Oh, wow.
Can you see it, or does it disappear?
I see it.
Okay, so then what do they have to do if they can see it?
What's your favorite color?
Make it darker. Make a bigger bowl.
Okay.
See if you can make the sticker disappear.
Say it again.
Okay.
Yes. Oh my God, it worked. Then do you want her to talk to you?
So, Brock, why did it disappear?
You want to tell him how that's working real quick?
You can't see.
They won't bite, I promise. On the left. Yes.
So what do
Oh,
you
that's a good idea.
in order to,
All right.
in order for
Make
them to
that
see it,
screen
what do you
a
have to do?
How about the vibration?
Shine from the sticker to your
Hi. Oh, that's so cool. The vibrations, yeah.
And then they're going to use that information to help communicate. What are we gonna communicate?
Thank you guys so much. Great job. Did you have any
Because
questions?
what happened to Angelina Milo and MJ?
Maybe waiting what she likes about it? How many times do you come to explore?
Yeah, they got lost on a
For 1 hour.
hiking trip and they don't know which way to go.
What's your favorite part to explore?
They went to town. So we went all over town, we went to the light, and now we know.
You know that when people get really old, like they're getting worse. Like,
We're learning about light.
at all, so they have to wear like.
Right.
You like birds.
Yeah.
One more about stuff.
We learned how rainbows are made. Yeah. What is that word?
How sound travels in waves.
with later sounds over a long distance. So we're going to supply them with a whole bunch of things like spotlights, blurs, metal water towers. They're going to create a communication device and all that they've learned about like sound, which is pretty cool. And this is one of our experiments to learn how sound travels. And when the string is like this, that sound doesn't travel right, does it? You don't even hear anything. Yep, it has to be tight. Vibration are the key, right? Yeah, it's pretty amazing because when we tried it both ways, tight, and they were like, oh, that makes a big difference. Right? It is awesome. Taylor is very, very good explore student. Yeah.
Glad you came tonight.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much. Thanks for letting us help you. Thank you. She's adorable. You're okay.
How about in between?
Oh, there's, oh, man. Alex, you win. So you're white. I need to like believe in myself. I did. That could be part of it. What makes you so fun? I might still have one.
Let's see if there's any left.
I read walk. Oh, yeah.
A lot of
all the time?
Thank you so much.
You want to know how all right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Throw and get her in there. Ben, this is for Ben. This is Ben's phone. Ready? 1. There you go. I can tell. It's your eyes. It's your eyes. Well, it was thank you to our Explore students and teachers. We would love to have you guys come on up. And I think the board might want to chat with you and take a picture. So all of our students and staff, come on up.
Movie star. Did you know that was gonna happen? There you go. Nice job.
Stand right in front of me.
Oh, sorry.
Come over here.
Aaron and I should be on the side.
There we go. Now we got
Okay, we just moved just a little bit in.
You gotta act like you like me.
Okay, perfect. She was
Thank you for coming. Thank you, parents, for taking the time and bringing the kids. Appreciate it very much.
We can do this again. I want to do it again. So much fun. I love
Mine on my phone too.
I like that.
All right, thanks again. Really appreciate it. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, that was, Dr. McCrindle, do you have anything to follow up on that? I mean, just very briefly, I'll just say, I mean, interacting with the kids was really amazing, I thought, at their age levels, their ability to explain themselves and articulate what they're doing and their understanding is extremely impressive. I don't know what the rest of you, what your interactions, I thought that incredible that they're just not doing tricks there. They know what they're talking about.
Thank you.
Good stuff.
And if you talk to many students, they say Explore is one of their favorite classes to take.
Yeah, so to be clear, I don't know that I fully understood. I mean, it's kind of a 1 day a week, 1 hour a week type of thing. It's not like they're indoctrinated into a whole program the whole time. It's kind of one of their little specials.
Correct, yes, so you rotate once a week, some are 30 minutes twice a week, but about an hour a week for each
Right.
child.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, thank you for getting as many kids as you got here. All right, so moving on to the agenda, we're on to item 8, which is public comment. And public comment is the opportunity for residents to speak. We have a 3-minute limitation. I keep the watch at 3 minutes. We haven't finished up, I will give you a soft little reminder to try and wrap it up, and I appreciate you abiding by those rules. So our first speaker of the evening is Matthew and Jacob Hart.
You guys can do me a favor, push the button right in the middle of the microphone. Thanks so much.
Nothing.
My name is Jacob Harder, and I go to Huntley High School. And I am here to talk about masks. An average person sneezes 4 times a day, but no one changes their mask. So mucus will keep building up in your mask the whole day. And an article from Healthline says exactly that. It is called, "Is a sore throat a side effect from wearing your mask?" Written by Carissa Steffen. Wearing your mask for an extended amount of time could cause your mask to become dirty, and several other studies report that wearing your mask can increase the amount of carbon dioxide that you expel from your lungs, since the mask keeps the air recycling through your nose. And this could cause sore throat, dry nose, fatigue, disorientation, and headaches. And here's the thing, 4 out of 5 of those symptoms I said are COVID symptoms. So how many kids did you send home just because of these mask symptoms? Also, it says that you get these symptoms for wearing your mask for 1 or more hours at a time. So we wear our mask for 8 hours with 1 break, which is lunch. Masks don't help, they hinder the class, so unmask the class.
My name is Betsy Harder, and I go to Huntley High School as well. And I'm here to talk about your supervision of our school. It seems to me that there is little to no supervision in our school, and that makes me disappointed, because in just a span of 3 weeks, there were 6 fights, food all over the lunchroom, a person taking beer to school, people talking about buying drugs, devious licks, the fire alarm was pulled, and a potential gun threat. Not to mention 3 fights today. This is a school, not a zoo. This shouldn't be happening in our school with cameras, police, and staff. I feel like there need to be more consequences to their actions. They need to be held accountable. It's like you're giving them a slap on the wrist, so extend the punishment. The word supervision is defined by the action of supervising someone or something. And what's happening in our school is not supervision.
Thank you, Matt and Jacob. Next speaker will be Colleen McDonald.
My name is Colleen McDonald. I am here to help raise awareness in parents and other viewers that their school children are not as safe in District 158 as they might think. And I don't mean safe from catching a virus, but rather from being brainwashed by the amount of falsehoods being force-fed to them these days, as well as those being introduced in the near future by their teachers and in their curriculum. I won't mention the specifics here, as there are many, but I can encourage people to listen to the comments from the other speakers and start asking for copies of their children's curriculum. Parents are trusting a system that once helped to nurture their kids, but which now has evolved into a system that actually threatens their innocence by deliberately causing confusion in their minds from K through 12, attempting to subtly destroy their innate goodness. For decades, parents were concerned about their kids being misled through peer pressure, being coerced into using mind-altering drugs, etc. However, more and more parents are realizing that it is the curriculums in schools which were originally intended to build upon the foundations set up by the parents that are now actually doing everything in their power to tear down those foundations. Along with enforcing harmful and unauthorized mandates and threatening punitive actions against those who are not complacent, they are attempting to remove parental rights and influences over their own children. This can and will have a permanent negative effect on the psychological, emotional, and intellectual development of the children. If there was ever a concern about children growing up in dysfunctional families, there should be an even greater concern about children growing up in dysfunctional schools. And as if that's not bad enough, I hear that school board members who should be fighting for them seem to have lost integrity or traded in their consciences, along with any competencies to protect the children from the ever-increasing deceptions. No good can come from this, and it appears no one here has the power to remedy the situation we find ourselves in without the help of our Creator. Therefore, I offer this prayer to our Lord, beseeching Him for the protection of our children and families, and for the conversion of hearts in the members of the school board, Department of Education, and local government. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us, and deliver us from evil. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Thank you, Kelly. Corrine Burns?
Hello.
I'm sorry, correct.
Correct.
I apologize.
That's okay. I'm here today with other concerned parents of District 158 Parents Union. We're very concerned about our children's education as well as the COVID protocols. We show up month after month and express these concerns on what appears to be deaf ears. I now have a clearer understanding of the workings of the COVID protocols because we had the opportunity to speak with the superintendent, assistant superintendent, and safety officer, and the McHenry County Health Department. It's apparent that there's no decisions made by the district or the board. Everyone simply follows the orders from the bureaucrat above them. The school district follows the McHenry County Health Department, they follow the Illinois Department of Public Health, and they get direction from the CDC, and the district always follows the IFCE recommendations. I left that meeting extremely discouraged with no glimmer of hope in sight. We should all know from history that following orders and not critically thinking for oneself is not a good idea. We do not want to endanger anyone. We want our kids to have normal lives like their peers outside of Illinois. If you look at the CDC data, there's very minimal danger, especially for kids from COVID. And unnecessarily masking and quarantining our children are harmful for them both physically and emotionally. According to the CDC, since the start of the pandemic, the mortality rate of kids under 18 is 0.02%, or 542 kids has died of COVID in the entire nation since January 2020. To compare to the 2018-19 flu year, which is a shorter time frame, 477 kids had died. Each time a non-vaccinated child is considered a close contact, the district must quarantine them for 10 to 14 days, which equates to 5% of the school year. Or if the criteria allows, they can test to stay. Since the risk is so low for kids and all the staff that want to be vaccinated are, why is the school district using resources to test and quarantine healthy children? Most of these children in quarantine do not develop COVID. According to the McHenry County Health Department, this ends when 80% of our population, not just adults, are vaccinated. The goalpost on herd immunity keeps moving, and it does not consider natural immunity. The original goal was from excluding children from school and masking and social distancing them was to keep them safe. Now we know children are at a low risk of developing COVID, and they also spread and catch it at a lower rate. Essentially, they are safe, but the goal moved from safety to low transmission of the virus. Because according to the McHenry County Health Department, they don't understand the long-term effects of COVID on kids. Yet a vaccine with no long-term study is being pushed on our children. In the short term, we do know the vaccine causes myocarditis in kids. It's a rare heart inflammation that will shorten their lifespan. Vaccinated children can still catch and spread COVID and don't have to go through quarantine or test to stay. It doesn't make sense. Instead of using common sense and just keeping our sick children home, regardless of vaccination status. It breaks my heart to talk to my children about their day. They can't talk to their friends during lunch because they are too far away. They are kids and they need to interact and play and learn social and facial cues. This week, the American Academy of Pediatrics declared a national emergency in children's mental health. They're urging policymakers to treat this mental health crisis like the emergency that it is. I have a kindergartner who is terrified to go anywhere without a mask.
Karen, can you wrap it up?
Yes, I'm almost done.
Okay.
She was not like this before school started. Now she cries and shakes and asks for her mask even when we're outside in public. This school has done that to her. Like I said in the beginning, I don't expect the school district that will do the right thing, but I feel it's my duty as a parent to urge you to consider the damage you are doing to our children. Let them breathe without a mask and end the quarantine. Again, I know that some of you don't understand this, but mandates aren't laws. And when the powers above start discussing mandating experimental vaccines, I hope that you find it in yourself to stand up and say no to that.
Okay, next speaker is Nicole Ouimet.
Hello, I just have have my phone up here so I can monitor the time also.
I'll start it till after you start.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Rowe and the Board of Education. First and foremost, I want to thank all of you for the work and effort that you have been making in District 158. Please know that I'm very empathetic to the positions that you are all in and realize that it can't be easy. That being said, I'd like to express to the board and administration questions and concerns that I have in regards to isolation and quarantine procedures. I will also acknowledge that my own daughters have recently been quarantined due to exposure on the bus. So this has recently gotten personal for me. When we received the email on Monday evening, we were informed that since Heinemann Middle School is an outbreak school, there were only 2 options for unvaccinated students with no symptoms. I have spent a lot of time talking with Mr. Faulkner since Monday. He has explained many things to me and answered all of my questions. We have had many very long conversations on the phone, and he's replied to my several emails. In addition, I have talked to Ms. Lombard, Ms. Hersey, the school nurse, and even a return phone call from Melissa Adamson from the McHenry County Health Department. My questions and concerns have come from 2 places. 1, as a parent who is also a teacher, I want my children to be in school. 2, as a parent who has 2 daughters, my 6th grader missed going to Atwood this week, and both girls do not get to participate in their musical Moana. Both of these experiences are opportunities that they can never get back. Mr. Faulkner has repeatedly expressed how sorry he is, and I do greatly appreciate that. This week, I have also learned a lot, which has led to more questions and concerns for me. For example, one option to return to school is to simply stay at home for 14 days and come back to school. With McHenry County being in a high transmission rate, I'm appalled to find out that a PCR test is not required to return to school no matter how many days a child is in quarantine. I get that these guidelines are from the health department and other government agencies. However, the school nurse even said that they have seen positive cases show up after 14 days. If we as a district just let kids come back without testing, how are we 100% certain that a quarantined student or staff member does not have COVID? I know this won't be a popular opinion by many parents in the district, but had our district required a PCR test to return, many students would not have been exposed to a positive student on the bus ride to school on Monday morning. The students' families followed the directions that were told, quarantined for 14 days, and sent the child back to school without symptoms Monday morning. It appears that by mid-morning, the child was complaining about being sick and was sent home and required to get tested. If this child was complaining about being sick and was sent home and required to get tested, I skipped a line. If this child would have been required to get a PCR test to return to school, potentially that test would have been positive. The kid would have stayed home and the students on the bus would have been safe riding to school on Monday. Speaking of testing, it is my own assumption that the test was a rapid test on Monday. I'm inferring this based on the timeline of the day. I know my 3 minutes is up.
You're all right.
Okay, but I do have a little bit more.
Yeah, you're all right. Go ahead, finish up.
Well, if you,
I know you have another
yeah.
guy, if he wants to take team.
Carolyn, just for my time, my wife Nicole.
That's fine, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Speaking of testing, it's my own assumption that the test was a rapid test on Monday. I'm inferring this based on the timeline of the day. Results from PCR tests would likely not have been available for just a few hours after the student went home sick. However, I'm led to believe that Monday's test is a PCR. You might think that it's really none of my business, but when it comes to any child being able to stay in school and participate in their activities, I think the family has the right to know that the school has received a PCR test versus a rapid test confirming a COVID diagnosis. However, if this entire quarantine or any quarantine is based on a rapid test, I would like to see that change. We are lucky that for the most part, rapid or antigen tests are very reliable, but even according to the CDC and the FDA, false positives can happen. The PCR tests have been considered the gold standard for COVID testing, not rapid tests. Since I'm inferring that Monday's test is a rapid test, as I have not heard of any PCR test that can be completed within hours, the health department has decided to quarantine several kids on the bus because of tests that could produce a false positive. And if the family with the positive student were to get a second or third test, what happens if those results are negative? The kids who have been quarantined are missing out on in-person instruction and are missing being able to participate in extracurricular activities. If the district and health department had said, let's quarantine the kids in close proximity until we get a confirmed PCR test, I would have been okay with that. but the student's academic and mental health are suffering because of the potential false positives. Recently, on the ABC's The View, 2 hosts were swiftly taken off the set when their rapid test came back positive. This caused quite a frenzy, as the guest on the show that day was Vice President Kamala Harris. But after several tests over the next several days, those identified hosts continued to test negative. So the truth is, false positives are not uncommon. In conclusion, I would like the board and administration to consider looking into this recent situation at Heidemann to change its policies. I would like to see that any child returning from quarantine should produce a negative PCR test regardless of the length of quarantine. And 2, any child who tests positive on a rapid or antigen test must also provide a PCR test. COVID testing is free, and there are many locations to get it done. On a personal level, my daughters have been tested on days 1 and 3 of their quarantine so far. Day 1 was the PCR test only, and those results came back negative. Day 3, which is today, was a rapid and PCR. The rapid tests have shown negative results as well. So my daughters missed attending school at school, missed their school time performances today of Moana, and cannot participate in the musical this weekend, even though they have no symptoms and have not produced, and have produced negative tests. You can only imagine how hard this has been on them and our entire family. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Next is Jill Cataldo.
Hi, everyone. I will be reading the following statement on behalf of Kelly Egan, who cannot attend tonight. This is Kelly speaking. I'm here to address the board with my disappointment in the district-wide opt-out procedure used for the BEST test, the Behavioral Emotional Screening System recently given. My husband and I decided, as parents who make full decisions on our child's health care, to opt our son out. When learning he took the test during PE class this week, naturally, we were very angry. We are very concerned that the opt-out system the district decided to use is not an appropriate system to opt our child out of medical procedures. I emailed Dr. Beelan, and he wrote back and said, I am sorry for the issue. I'm not sure where the issue lies. This needs to be fixed to ensure parents that proper protocol is in place and that the school staff is not defying a parent's request. Parents, imagine your child coming home from school with a medical procedure administered without your consent. That is what happened this week, and it needs to be addressed immediately. To continue, I have a joint statement from the District 158 Parent Union. Many parents in our group are upset that the info about opting students out of BEST testing was buried at the bottom of a fundraising email entitled Huntley 158 Happy Huntley Fundraiser. Parents looking solely at the subject line had no indication that their children would be subjected to this test unless they opted them out. Unfortunately, we have had numerous parents in our group who filled out the form to opt their children out of these tests, and yet their children were given the BEST tests anyway this week. Here are just a few of their comments. My senior took it yesterday as an in-class assignment. I had opted my kids out. The high school took advantage and made this a PE assignment. My daughter said it was graded as a participation assignment. My son is a junior, took it during weights class today. We had opted him out as well. My freshman was given it too, also in weights, even though I opted her out. My son was given the test during PE, even though I opted him out. My fifth grader did not take it, opted him out, but my freshman did, opted her out as well. They tried giving it to my senior daughter. She told them no, and that we had opted out. Her teacher said it wouldn't be sent to you if you opted out. We also have a student who was in weights who was embarrassed by the teacher and said, you're the only one whose parents opted you out. At the beginning of the school year, it was determined that it was not legal to automatically opt all students in to shield testing as had previously been planned. Why was it is an inaccurate statement? Okay. Why was the BEST, though, not an opt-in test as the shield became? You guys plan to give the BEST test again later this year. We would like to know when it's scheduled, and would that be an opt-in only procedure? Many of our parents' concerns stem from the fact that the district has provided no information on who has access to the BEST data and how it will follow our children. One of our parents stated, I understand their intent here, but as I look through this, it makes me very uncomfortable with the school having this kind of data on all the kids, including mine. Another parent said it's way too intrusive and has the potential to be weaponized against students and parents. And when you're asking questions, are you happy with your parents? Are you happy with your teachers? I can understand their concern. You must also understand we are deeply concerned about what will happen when the vaccines are offered to young children in school. Yesterday, the White House announced that the COVID-19 vaccine will be available at schools once it is authorized for 5 to 11-year-olds. If the school cannot successfully honor opt-out requests for the BESS, how will you handle opt-outs for vaccinating in school? Again, the White House announced that in-school vaccination is coming nationwide. What is the recourse if these children are vaccinated at school in spite of the parents' opt-outs? Imagine that all of these children who were mistakenly given the BESS this week were also given vaccines. Do you understand the number of lawsuits that you guys are going to be subjected to?
And I normally don't engage, but I must on this one, because in the meeting that we had a few weeks ago,
I know.
I shared with you that if a vaccination clinic occurred in our building, a parent would be with their child. So that's not, the misinformation.
I'm not trying to misinformation, but that's not what the White House is saying. They're saying in-school clinics. So
I gave you my word and our action.
I appreciate
You would be with your child or it would not happen.
Okay, and we appreciate you clarifying that very much. Thank you, Dr. Rao.
Thank you, Joe. Danny Aiken?
Good evening, concerned parents and community members of District 158, both present and on our YouTube feed. I turn to speak to you tonight. My name is Danny, and I'm a member of the District 158 Parent Union. Our group meets monthly at the Huntley American Legion on the third Wednesday at 7 p.m. If you're concerned about your child's education, I invite you to meet with us. The board has made it clear that they're not fond of parental emotion. For some reason, our stories, our hardships, our concerns have been misconstrued as pure emotion. They seem to be much more interested in facts, data, and stats. What has failed to be seen is that our stories are facts. We are living them in real time. We get up here and talk about our families, our children. I don't know what parent wouldn't attach emotion to it. So I come at you with facts. Facts. We started enrolling our daughter in the district this summer when there was still a glimmer of hope that she would experience her first official year in a normal school setting. We fought like hell to keep a mask off her face, and just like that, politics and policy deemed it otherwise. I wonder how many other partially enrolled students left the district. Fact, even if our governor drops his mask mandate, our board has voted to continue to mask children K to 5, while making it optional to mask 6 to 12. Fact, yesterday, CDC Director Rochelle Walensky says that once the vaccine is released for children ages 5 to 11, the CDC will still recommend masks, quote, in all schools for all people. There is no end game. What will you do? It's time to start exploring other options. Fact, my husband and I decided to take our child's education into our own hands. The lack of consistency, the quarantines, the testing, the ever-looming return of remote learning, the CRT, also known as equity, the disgusting sex education that is coming down the pipeline, the possibility of a vaccine clinic being incorporated into the school day. No. Fact, we're homeschooling our daughter and she is thriving. I implore anyone who is on the fence of exploring an alternative education to empower yourselves. However, I do know private schooling and homeschool are not an option for everyone, and I understand that each family has to do what is best for their particular situation. We vowed to give our child the most normal educational experience that we could. We're part of a co-op that meets once a week. The parents formulate lessons. The children socialize and learn together, maskless. They hold hands, they eat lunch shoulder to shoulder. They laugh and sing and smile, and we can see their smiles. This is what kindergarten should look like. My daughter also spends time with another homeschool family once a week where she receives an art and nature lesson. The rest of the time we are implementing a curriculum where she's learning language arts, math, and handwriting. In a matter of weeks, I heard her sound out her first word and move into reading her first short story. It was magical, and she was so proud. Fact, I do not have a child in the public education system of District 158. but I am still here to fight. We pay taxes to the school district. I have friends who send their children to the school district. And one day I wish to send my child and the rest of my children to the school district if we can indeed make it equitable for all families. I can't and won't give up on our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Next speaker, Carrie Cross.
I have some pictures first before I start speaking. All right. It is Down Syndrome Awareness Month. However, for our family, Down Syndrome awareness doesn't only happen from October 1st to October 31st. It is every single day of every single year. Down syndrome, also known as trisomy 21, because there are 3 sets of 21st chromosomes instead of 2 sets, like typical people have. 1 set from me, 1 set from her dad, and 1 set straight from God. This little superstar, right here, was supposed to be here tonight to recite the Pledge of Allegiance, and because every time we give our kids hope for something, the powers that be manage to rip it away from them. Imagine never wanting to give your kids something to look forward to because you're tired of seeing their broken hearts when what they want, or what they are hopeful for doesn't happen over and over again. She thought I picked her up early from school today to come to this meeting. Her exact words when we got to the car were, "Meeting now, you and me?" For me to only have to respond, "No, baby, not tonight, maybe next month." So now she'll sit home quarantined and miss out on 5% of her school year, her lawful IEP therapy minutes, and precious time with her friends, and no remote learning can replace any of that because Zoom school is futile for her needs. Despite the small group of parents from D158 Parent Union who met with Dr. Rowe and Susan Karras from McHenry County Health Department, they didn't really explain much other than they're just following orders and had no data of how many healthy kids quarantined resulted in positive cases. Back to the pledge tonight, that luckily our district is still doing. This was the first time in 4 years this district had asked her or given her a chance to come do the pledge, and she would have rocked it. See, this little girl who stands for the pledge, she puts her hand on her heart, and if the national anthem is on and you are not standing with your hand on your heart, you better be prepared to be scolded. Hold on a second, I lost my place. Because though she may not grasp things at the same pace as her peers, she knows what pride is, and she knows what honor and respect for the American flag and our anthem. I hope she is given the chance to show you her pride at the next meeting, which happens to be on Veterans Day, 11/11. If anyone is interested in actual inclusion and learning more about Down syndrome, here, right here, are some books that are age appropriate and that I have never seen in this district and should be part of helping raise awareness and making inclusion in this district and taking away the stigma of people with different abilities, because that's all it is, different, not less. If anyone is interested in these, you are more than welcome. They should be in our libraries. I'm sad that Rocio is not here tonight on disability awareness, being that she is in the place that she's in. This is the month for her to be here. This is what she works for. She should be with us.
Thank you for sharing it here. Our last speaker is Abraham Rico.
Hello and good evening to everyone here tonight. Two things that I have of concern. One is to follow up from what I had shared the last month regarding the incident where my child was told that Christians and Muslims are terrorists and extremists. So to follow up on that statement, I was told that I was never given a straight answer regarding that statement in reference to, is it part of the curriculum or was it out of her own account, which is illegal, by the way. Secondly, several days after that incident took place, there was another statement where the same teacher in Marlow, 6th grade, stated and was sharing with the kids the term BC and AD is a term that is no longer used. It's a term that's just outdated. And we now use BCE, before Common Era, that's being replaced for BC, and AD is being replaced for CE as Common Era. So the reason I bring that up is because parents, I advise you strongly, if you're listening and you're watching on this video, I strongly urge you to get involved with your children, because your children are, perhaps they might not be coming home sharing what they're experiencing, what they're learning, but I was one parent that I happened to just poke at my son and ask him, how was your day, and got in a little deeper and found this out, which brought me to the place where I am right now. The place where I'm just advocating for my children, for what they're being taught in school. And secondly, the other issue or concern that I have is with this equity or critical race theory, which is disguised as equity. You know, this thing came into the school system when George Floyd died, when everyone was at the knees of this Black Lives Matter movement. And this information I did find with the Illinois Board of Education, where it states that during that period, this equity program, which is critical race theory in disguise, made its way in. The school board allowed it to come in, because that's what they wanted. That's what the Black Lives Matter movement wanted. They allowed it to come in and they disguised it with a different name, calling it equity. However, the problem I have with that is that you're putting something out there for children to hear or listen to that was designed to be taught at a college level. If you want to have a conversation with me about equity or systematic racism, have it with someone who understands that on that level, not a child who, when you share it with them, it's not a theory. It's not interacting, because you're not looking for a response from the child. They're looking to. It's an ideology. They're trying to rearrange their minds to believing something different, because it's not engageful. They're not engaging back with the teachers on that level, and it was never designed to be taught on that level. So my concern is that when you put something out there like that, which I am aware that it does exist, however, when you focus and put the microscope on a white race and say, this is what we're targeting, this is what the focus is, I have to disagree with that, because systematic racism is everywhere. It's in every race. So if we're going to talk about that, then let's go across the whole board with that. Not just leave it highlighted on one race, because you're an example that you're leaving a loaded weapon out there without a plan to execute positive results. You're not presenting a turnaround of positive results or a positive outcome or a solution of how can we resolve this. It's just being tossed out there. And these children are understanding this only to a certain level.
Abraham.
And I'm sorry,
You're way beyond that.
okay, well, I just ask that if you're going to present this to them, one, it's out of their league. Secondly, it's not appropriate. You know, you're putting a loaded weapon in the hands of a child to create confusion and strife, and that's why it's a theory. It's protected under the First Amendment, because if it was a curriculum, it'd be hate. So I just needed to share that. It's
Thank
something to
you
consider.
for coming, I appreciate it very much.
And racism is a heart condition. I forgot to leave that part. It's a heart condition.
Okay, we're on to item number 9, which is revision and adoption of the agenda. Okay, Ms. Lombard, do you have anything specific? Dr. Schlichter? Steele is not here, so we don't have anything. Dr. McCrindle, you have no updates, correct? Dr. Budzinski? Okay, so I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda with the removal of items 10, items 11, items 12, items 13, and items 14. Do I have a second?
Second.
From Ms. Melendi. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Which is really how we're supposed to do this. I never do it this way. Okay, so we'll move on in the agenda to item 15, which is superintendent's report.
All right, thank you, Mr. Quagliano. To begin this evening, with a couple of recognitions before, we move into what I'm most excited about, which is 15.1. To start, and he doesn't know I'm gonna do this, but, it's Mr. Altmeyer. Earlier this month, Mr. Altmeyer was awarded the Distinguished Eagle Award through the International Association of School Business Officials.
It's a major award.
It's a major award. And Mr. Altmeyer's eligibility and consideration for receiving this award, in the bio that they released, led him based on maximization of the Medicaid reimbursement, his effort in cooperating with the leadership of our solar and green energy effort, and then primarily on being an advocate in maximizing our tax dollars in respect to our community members to maximize the educational benefits in the school district. So I just want to publicly offer my congratulations to Mr. Altmeyer. Appreciate all that you do for our school district and very deserving of the time.
Yeah, and I would just add, that's still the short list of items and accomplishments that you exhibited throughout your time here. We up to almost 10 years? 13. 13, is that short?
Yeah, don't short me.
Okay. Short changers. No, it's an excellent mark. It's we're extremely appreciative to have somebody of your skill level and capacity who works for us and then share it with the rest of the state and beyond. All great stuff. So very appreciative of the mark.
All right, so on to where our congratulations train is going to continue here. We have two members of our administrative team who made some major career accomplishments in recent weeks. And two members have defended their dissertations and are very close to completing their doctoral degrees. I'd like to publicly recognize Dr. Anna Hoyu. I don't see her back there, but Dr. Sue Wan, our special education director. She must have stepped out. I'm not sure she's back there. But congratulations to Dr. Wan as well. Very proud of both of you. It's a major accomplishment to reach that milestone. A lot of hard work. We appreciate you and I'm glad that you're here with us.
Thank you.
All right, and on to our Huntley Happy campaign. You may have I've seen it on social media or in some of our communications, but in an effort to spread some joy around the community, leading into the holidays, we are initiated a sign campaign with 2 different options of signs that you can purchase to put in your yard, thanking teachers and staff of the school district for working with your children in the most difficult of school years, or just say, I Heart Huntley 158. All proceeds, 100% of those proceeds are going to go in a form of a monetary donation to the Grafton Food Pantry ahead of Thanksgiving, to allow them to get necessary food to support families in need in our community. So if you have not picked one of those up, you may do so at your school with a cash check or the receipt from a web store purchase, and display those proudly in your yard. But more importantly, support the Grafton Food Pantry heading into the holidays. Now, finally, on to something really exciting. I'm going to share my screen here. This is the first month. I spoke about this. Actually, let me pause real quick. Let me just get this. I spoke earlier this school year on a campaign. There was something we wanted to try. So obviously, in August, in our administrative boot camp, we had a 2-day training with the Orange Frog workshop, where we learned about the happiness advantage and the concept of happiness brain research. Where if you scan for the happy, you in turn live a happier life, higher engagement levels in school and work, higher productivity levels, and all around improve the environment. And at that time, one of the commitments that I made to my group and the administrative team was that I wanted to bring some action to the boardroom from what we're doing across the school district in year 1 of this program. And that by recognizing a positive outlier who is contributing to our school community. This is not something that will be done every month. It's going to take someone doing something very special and really impacting. And that's a word you'll hear me say over and over tonight, is impacting the school environment for our students' benefit, and in the work environment for our staff. And so I'm very pleased tonight to share with you our very first positive outlier. It's someone that I think most of you will recognize. It's someone that I guarantee you've heard his catchphrase. You've probably worn his T-shirt. So this evening, to recognize our first positive outlier is Mr. James Overstreet, who coined the phrase "Hey, hey, Huntley" over 20 years ago. He's simply known as Mr. O around the high school and throughout the community. And you're going to hear some stories tonight of how Mr. O has impacted the environment in Huntley High School and ultimately in Huntley 158. But I want to start with a little bit of just the impact that one individual can have over the course of 20 years, just by showing up, being himself, caring, and having positive interactions with people because he was just interested. Mr. and Mrs. Overstreet were unfortunately not able to be with us this evening. That was originally my plan, was to have them here. They've moved to Michigan, and due to some family circumstances, we tried to make it work, but weren't able to pull it off. They had a wedding to be at out of state. So, but I had numerous conversations with them leading up to this. And in this next page of the kind of impact that someone can have, this is what Mr. Overstreet said to me on the phone yesterday when we spoke again. And it stuck with me so much that I had to put it in here. We can all make a difference simply by sharing a smile and a good word. He's not a complicated man. He's a simple man who just cared. And he told me, he goes, I much prefer to go to a high school athletic event than to see a pro athlete perform. I get more joy out of watching our kids do great things. And some of the things that, over 20 years, mind you. So think about who Huntley was 20 years ago. And I think that's some of the things you'll hear from some of our speakers this evening, who Huntley was 20 years ago. And the things that he said, and I'm not stealing any of Mr. P's thunder here, but every day, are we going to win today? And well, either way, you're great, and that's why I'm here. He was implementing social emotional support and a positive environment for our kids before that was the thing to do. So I reached out to a handful of people to come speak this evening. One of them couldn't be here. I'm going to start by sharing some of his words, and then I would invite some of our speakers up. We'll start with Mr. Petriniak. But I invite Mr. Petriniak and Coach Rates, and then Mr. Wilson and Dr. Beelan in the back to talk about the impact that Mr. O's had over 20 years. But Coach Maxson, who's coached track and has been our assistant athletic director and formed a really great bond with Mr. O over the years. When I think about the impact Mr. Overstreet's had on Huntley student athletes over the years, it brings a smile to my face. Mr. O has always been an avid supporter of Huntley athletics, both girls and boys, and was there through thick and thin. When I first started at Huntley, we weren't very good in most every sport, but Mr. O was always there, throwing out a hey, hey, Huntley and keeping spirits high. For what I would say is thank you. There are always small gestures that stick out in my mind, and the most recent was when the softball team was progressing towards winning their state championship. Mr. O was distributing $2 bills to those involved because he was told as a youngster that they were good luck. Mr. Maxson says, I was fortunate to get one of those $2 bills, and it sits under glass on the nightstand next to my bed, and I look at it every night and think about the stories Mr. O shared with me. Thank you, Mr. Overstreet, for your contributions to Huntley High School. I have a feeling you're going to hear many of the same. And before I invite Mr. P, if you want to start making your way up, if you don't mind going first, before I get there, I'm going to share a little bit, just in photos, of what you'll see. You know, there's only one citizen who's not an employee of District 158 who received a medal on the field with the softball team when they won our school's very first state championship as a team. The embrace is real. The relationship is real. And as you saw on the previous page, Mr. O's quote was, "You just made me the happiest man in the world." But it goes beyond softball. You know, our girls basketball team coming by to wish them well before an away game. When they won a regional championship, who's on the floor with the basketball team and the coaching staff of Mr. O. And you'll notice in the background, that's not red, white, and black on the walls, it's blue and white. It's not here. The man traveled, and he traveled just to support our kids. And then finally, when they were in town this week on visiting, his wife had an event with some of the room moms from back in the 80s that they've been getting together ever since. And Mr. Rose says, I'm going to go watch our girls volleyball team play at Dundee Crown High School. And went and saw them, and of course they wanted to take a photo with him. This was just sent to me today as an additional tidbit. And I think it just shows the relationships formed across generations with someone who cared and just wanted to be there and supporting kids can have a profound impact. And I'll turn the floor over to Mr. P. I appreciate you, Mr. Petriniak, for coming and sharing a few words.
All right, thank you. It's an honor to speak on behalf of Mr. Overstreet. I've had the privilege of coaching for Huntley High School softball for the past 20 years. During a regular practice, I will stop what I'm doing to engage in a conversation for 3 individuals. 2 are sitting back there. 1 is Mr. Overstreet, and probably not in that order. He made a tremendous impact on our entire program, including my players, their coaches, and their parents. If you do an image search on Google for positivity, there should be a picture of Mr. Overstreet cheering on one of our teams. From my very first day of coaching, Mr. O has been involved, whether it's by stopping by practice or attending games. He's been a major part of the softball program. I can remember my first year thinking that was somebody's grandfather in my practice, and why is he coming here to talk in the middle of while we're practicing? But that was the norm, and it was positive from day one. On an average day, he would come into the field house and he would just casually walk in, and he'd walk over and I'd come over and say hello, and he'd always say, "Where's the pitcher girl?" And so, because our pitchers usually do less of the exercises or the practice formats, and he always had a bag of candy. And during our state run, there was a special connection with Jory Hurd, and he would give her the candy to pass out. But he always had Starlight Mints, Butterscotch, and Cinnamon. And she liked a certain brand, so she would hoard them. And we're doing a practice drill, and Jory as the second pitcher and didn't get as many reps as Bree did. And then I was like, okay, Jory, get in there, switch out. and she's all flustered and frazzled, and she walks up to go do the drill, and as she's doing these, vitamins are popping out of her and falling on the floor, because she wanted to get those before anyone else. Those candies were a symbol of Mr. O, and he wasn't fortunate enough to be during our state run, and we made sure we had those candies on the bench, and our joke was, I put the wrappers after I eat one in the girls' bags or in their gloves, and if they're going out to go face Marist, they got candy wrappers in their glove, and that's to remind them of Mr. O. And that will never be the same. So we are fully touched to have that impact on our players. I don't want to cry, but all right. Also, he had a major impact on my coaching philosophy. When you're younger and you're taking Huntley from here to here, you think you're going to come in with a force, and we're gonna rile these girls up. And there's occasions where we got pummeled. And you look over at Mr. O, would always want to be the first one just to go say hello to the girls. Hey, can I go say hi to the girls? Absolutely, Mr. O. Well, over the course of those years, he probably saved me, because Mr. O coming out there and saying, girls, I'm so proud of you. You did so great. There's no way I'm going to yell at them for making an error. So he changed how I talk to the girls over the years, and that's greatly appreciated. One of the stories that was up there was, and one of the quotes was, we were playing in Marion Central in our first region, one of our first regionals. They beat us 32-something during the year. And he's the first one out there at Grays Lake as I'm walking up. It was a 20-minute walk from the parking lot to the field. And he was like, how are we going to do today, coach? And I go, well, Mr. O, they're pretty good. And he was like, well, you guys do your best, and I'm going to cheer as hard as I can for you guys the whole way through. We ended up winning that game 2-1 we hit a 2-run home run, or 3-2, a 2-run homer in the 7th inning. He came out after that post game and talked for like 35 minutes to those girls. And the funny story about that is Woodstock had their equivalent of Mr. O. He comes over to talk to our team. Mr. O goes over to Marion Central and talks for another 30 minutes to those two teams. So just to involve him, the impact he had over the communities. I'm talking long. I didn't see if there's a 3-minute on me.
We don't have a timer, don't worry about it.
There's so many moments I can talk about Mr. O. His Drio tracker, making the long drives to Grays Lake, Johnsburg, and Joliet, and down to Peoria. His wife taking him to Peoria to make sure he's front and center cheering us on at state. The priceless reaction when we won state, and then I also said about that $2 bill that I keep in my classroom to remind me what the impact a few small words can have on a child each day. All right, breathe. Hey, hey, Huntley isn't just a catchphrase. It's a lifestyle of unconditional support and praise for our athletic teams, our student population, and our community. Thank you, Mr. O, for everything. Thank you, Dr. Rowe, for giving me the opportunity to talk about him and the impact he's had on my program and myself. Thank you.
Good evening, and thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight about Mr. O, and to take a moment to acknowledge his contributions to all of our athletic programs at HHS. And the 23 years that I've been here at Huntley High School, our girls basketball program, and so many other athletic programs here at the high school have been the beneficiaries of Mr. O's support. You know, unless he had a family commitment, and he would always tell you if he had a family commitment, if it was going to be a situation where he wasn't going to make one of our games, Mr. O always made the time to support our teams, whether they be home games, or as Dr. Rove referenced, he traveled. I'll never forget my first year at Huntley back in 1999. We're in Alden, Hebron, and it was about as far as I can remember going. The days when we were in the old Big Northern Conference and we were playing Alden, Hebron. And I looked up in the stands, and you heard that catchphrase that obviously we all know, and it was that him bellowing out his trademark, "Hey, hey, Huntley," at the start of the game. And it was a trademark that he would always use either at the start of the game or if there was an exciting moment or big play. And it didn't matter the type of season that we were having or whether it was a win or loss, Mr. O always tried to take a positive outlook on the situation and offer words of encouragement to coaches and players after a game, or if he stopped by to chat and watch a bit of a practice. He truly took a vested interest in watching our athletes learn and grow as players in their respective sports. And although he's moved to Michigan with his family, Mr. O's kindness, generosity, and unyielding support of our athletes and teams will always be remembered here at HHS. Thank you, Mr. Overstreet, and as only as he could say it, hey, hey, holy.
All right, then, Mr. Wilson, Dr. Beelan, if you have anything to add, I give the floor to you.
Thank you for inviting us this evening. It's a privilege to speak on behalf of Mr. O. We miss him. I bumped into him at Dikey Park during COVID. One of my sanity moments was to take a long walk each day during the stay-at-home. And guess who I bump into? Mr. O. And during the stay-at-home, guess what he has to say? Something positive, something uplifting, something kind and generous. And hang in there. Can't wait to see you all back in action. Today, I had the privilege of attending the Chicagoland Suburb Athletic Director meeting, where many of us gather and talk about IHSA issues and what's on our tables. And as I walk in, guess what phrase is said to me as I walk in? Hey, Huntley. These are from my colleagues, from fellow athletic directors. I heard it twice at the suburb meeting today. And the notion is not just the fact that that is what we're in part recognized for, but his spirit, his positivity. These other schools understand the impact that this man has had and what it has done for our school, where we have banners when we walk into the East Gym that identify the spirit of what we're about and what you're going to see when you come into our facilities and interact with our student athletes. I also think of moments such as in my first year here, we brought together a kind of a fall kickoff night, and we have a whole bunch going that night with football scrimmages and soccer scrimmages and tennis and introduction of cross country team. So I'm running around trying to get everything set, and Mr. O strolls up, and when I crisscrossed the tennis, he crisscrossed me to go to cross country. When I crisscrossed from cross country to go to football, he was on his way to soccer. This was his style. He went to each of those programs on that. He saw that as an opportunity to visit those programs, offer them some sort of positive encouragement. And what always resonated with me, which you've already heard, is something to the effect of, I believe in you, you can do this, win or lose. So, Mr. O, it's been a privilege. I hope I bump into you at Dikey Park once again. I know you've moved, but we look forward to that opportunity when it presents itself again. So thank you, Mr. O, and thank you, Dr. Rowe.
So, as these gentlemen have so eloquently stated, just some of the memories of Dr. O, I feel like Dr. O, because the kids, the level of respect, I'm gonna give you a perspective from our young people. Our young people get lost in the halls of Huntley High School in terms of just being in their phones, being connected with their friends and classes, and especially when they go to engage in the things that they love to do, and that's sports. It's one thing to hear and have someone talk to you, and sometimes when I go and talk, it's like it's quick, and then we're out and they're back at it. Kids will set their phones down. Kids will go out of their way to connect with Mr. O and see him at practice or see him at a game and acknowledge him. And that level of respect was something that I saw day one when I got here. And Mr. Wilson, I think that was one of the first people that I actually met taking a tour around the building. And Mr. Wilson was like, hey, I need you to go meet someone. And that was when I met Mr. O. And he gave me the story of where Hey Hey Huntley came from. And he's told me that story many times. But it was one that resonated with me, and it was a piece of history. You know, as coming in as a principal, you want to know the history. You want to understand and be connected. And Mr. O was able to go and tell me some of that story. And when I started to see him out and about, I felt like when people were like, you know, Mr. Beelan, you're everywhere. I was like, no, Mr. O is everywhere. Like I felt like I needed to be his bodyguard. Like, hey, back up. That's Mr. O coming through, and that's his seat. He would come set his seat up in the stadium, and you just knew where he was, and you could hear him over the thousands of people who were in the stadium. And it says a lot about him and about his character and who he is. And for kids to have that level of respect for someone who is a community member, says a lot about it as well. But I also want to give a huge shout out and hats off to his wife, who lets him leave the house at all times and travel all over the world, no matter what the mileage, the gas, or whatever. He was always there first. He's the last to leave. And when we're driving back with a state trophy and making a lot of noise coming through, he'll hear those sirens and he will meet us back at the school. So, Mr. O, we got some keys for you and a badge and a proxy card, which you probably already have, to Huntley High School, and you are always welcome back to come see our young people and engage in this community. And I am so honored to know you and know the impact that you have on our young people, and you matter.
So as we conclude, I want to thank you for indulging, in a slightly longer report, but I think it's impactful because, like I said, this is not going to be every single month. This is only going to be when it truly matters. And as I get older and I think about what we have an opportunity to do in the field in which we've chosen to be in, it's make an impact on kids and on their lives and the direction that they choose to take, and helping them become everything that they hope to be. But it's not just us, and I think that's what's special about this, is what kind of an impact can one person have. And if you just look at Mr. O's quote, it can all make a difference simply by sharing a smile and a good word. And I'll leave you with that. But thank you, Mr. O, for the impact that you've made on this community for more than 2 decades. And thank you, Mrs. O, for the escort and the time that you gave me over the course of the last couple of weeks putting this together. We will be sending a memento of our appreciation in terms of a sort of a glass plaque of some sort to Mr. Overstreet, kind of commemorating this moment and this recognition, and we'll send it to him in Michigan, and we wish them well on their trip. But thank you for joining us this evening and saying a few words. I know it was special to you and it was special to us as well, so thank you. That is all I have for my report.
It's a great story. I mean, you guys are saying it's only 20 years. I've been here longer than that. It seems to me like that was going on from the beginning of time. I don't know about Kevin, you or whatever, but hearing that, but I always felt like that was ringing in my ears when I attended a sporting event. So it was like a beacon of hope for the event that night. So in any event, under 16 President's Report, very quickly, I'll just comment on we had our dedication for the Black Box Theater a couple of weeks ago. That was a item that got earmarked with some grant funds several years back. I mean, it was kind of one of these things we found a way to repurpose that area, make it better. I felt like we, as a school district, we try to highlight many different activities, and certainly the fine arts is one of them. And I just, I'll reference, Kim Skaja, former board member, who was always heavily involved in that. I think at times like that, when she was on the board and advocating for things of that nature. And so it was nice to be able to attend that. And actually, Alex, you brought a number of students forward for us. Leslie was also there that we could speak with and explain to us how the utilization of the space was, and took us on a tour through it, and just very engaging time with students, and very just seeing how well that's going to be utilized and provide opportunities for our students who are pursuing that avenue. So that was a very positive event that finally took place after it seemed like, the delays and stuff forever. It's finally in action, so it's good to see. That's all I have on my report. Move on in the agenda to item 17, which is community relations and student outreach. We have our FOIA requests listed there. If anyone has any comments on those items. If not, we'll move forward to the legislation committee. Craddy, I don't know if you have any legislative updates you'd like to give.
Just real briefly, next week, there was two bills that, were filed. Senate Amendment number 2 to HB 2778 would require the school support personnel be paid when school districts utilize e-learning, and other things and sick leave, during the pandemic. Senate Amendment number 1 to HB 594, would extend the sunset date for school districts to utilize inter-fund transfers, to June 30th, 2024. And then there's some expected action on the healthcare right of HCRCA, which prohibits all forms of discrimination, disqualification, and the governor is looking to narrow some of the things that are being utilized to opt out COVID-19 vaccinations and regular testing requirements. So I don't know if you have anything to add to that, or?
Nothing specific. We'll see what happens in veto session.
And that is all for legislative.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions or items to add related to legislation that they're following or heard about? Okay. We'll move on to item 19, which is Human Resource Committee. I'm sure you're the chair.
Yes, item on 19.1, the human resource update, Dr. Zier.
Yeah, just the quick update here for the month, on what we've been going through down in human resources. If we go back to September, as you know, September 10th is a big payroll for us. That's the first payroll for our certified staff. And so worked with Mark's payroll department, and we were very successful. And it's a lot of checks to put out twice a month, and our offices work very well together to make sure everything is perfect with that. So that was a big lift for us. As we move down to the human resource department here also, we also had some reports that were due to ISB, primarily salary reports, and I placed those at your place. We will be posting them online also. You have a one sheet of the IMRF report. Those are the employees who are contributing to the IMRF pension, and their total compensation exceeds $75,000. ISB requires us to post that every year. We are always way out in front of ISB's law in terms of what is posted. And then you also have with you the one that is a few more pages, that is the teacher and administrator salary report that we put up annually and that we can find on the website. There's no action for these reports, it's just an update. Alex and I will work to get those put onto the website and updated, if anyone would like to look at them in a digital format. So that is something we do annually. As we get into October here, we are preparing for our open enrollment in November through Benefit Focus. Myself and Debbie Pop, my benefit specialist, have been testing the system to make sure it is ready for open enrollment. And also, part of open enrollment, which you'll see an action item further down here, are the new health insurance and dental rates, and some recommendations for carriers also. So that'll be an action item up for discussion here in a few minutes. So we've ramped it up pretty good, making sure we're in compliance with everything that's required out of human resources and payroll for September and October.
Okay, any questions or follow-ups on those? If not, we'll call HR rep. Move on to Finance Committee.
Okay, Finance Committee. 20.1, monthly fiscal updates. Mr. Altmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Quigliano. Really only one thing to add, as we start working towards our final phases of the district's debt restructuring plan, we did have last year in October, we did have a forward rate lock agreement, if you recall, or not recall, but it was last October, for which we had the board approve that. And on October 5th, we actually settled on that $10.46 million of Series 2021A. So that was a successful restructuring and refunding that we did. This just recently settled, so I just wanted to make the board aware of that. Also within the memo regarding the debt restructuring plan,
you know, we were looking at a potential another tranche of debt that we were looking to place another forward rate lock on, and we actually went out to bid and received some pretty good bids back. But that being said, we also learned that, well, legislation is back on the table for advance refunding, and advance refunding is a very good thing for which all the rates will be a lot better for us and a lot more attractive. And it's part of the budget reconciliation bill. And what I've recently heard and read is hopefully by October 31st, something is going to happen, and they're really looking to move that. So we held off on that forward rate lock agreement until we learned a little bit more about this legislation and advanced refunding. So in hindsight, right now, knock on wood, that appears to be a very good decision. So we're continuing to look at our final phase of the debt restructuring plan. We will keep the board apprised. That is all I have for you for the monthly fiscal update. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, so the big differentiation on that was because if legislation passes, we can do that on a tax exempt offering basis as opposed to a tax offering, which is what we would have to execute it if we were going to do it now.
Correct, and we'd be able to do everything and be done with it because we could do it in advance.
Exactly.
And not worry about forward rate lock agreements and looking at break evens. Based on where we are with rates today, it would be a very good thing.
Yeah, so while we did have, like I said, while we did have some good offers, we just decided, you know what, let's let this play out a little bit on the legislative change process. So, see. That's all you have on your fiscal updates. Anybody have any questions on the activity fund report? Not, we would move to 20.2, which is the revenue and expenditure report. Mr. Altmaier.
Thank you. In the board packet, you have the August 2021 financial executive summary. So that is the second month into the fiscal year. Nothing of concern. You know, we just continue to track within expected budget 2 months into the fiscal year. I do want to note, you know, health insurance, we always give the board an update on claims incurred for the month. And the August claims were $709,000 versus prior year's $587,000. But if you recall prior year, well, we were in the middle of a quarantine. And we did see all summer long last year claims significantly being decreased. But just to give you a frame of reference as to what we typically would expect on a monthly basis, our overall budget supports approximately $885,000 a month in claims and settlement costs. So just for the month of August, we're approximately $135,000 favorable from anticipated estimated budget. So currently for the 2 months in, we are running favorable in health insurance, which is a good thing. Hopefully our employees and dependents will continue to stay healthy. Other than that, I'd be happy to answer any other questions, but administratively, there are no concerns with the August financials.
Okay, and my one question I would have is related to the collection of registration fees. I know we held off billing, providing discounted rates. So how's that going? Where are we at on that?
Well, year to date, we're approximately, 50%, a little higher than 50% of where we should have been or where we typically are at this time. But if you look at prior year to date, I would have to do the math. I think we're tracking typically in the month of August where we should be. We're probably a little behind simply because when we sent out invoices and statements was a few months later than what we did in prior year.
Right.
Yeah.
Anybody have any additional questions related to the revenue and expenditure report? Now, we'll move it on to item 21, building and grounds.
Short agenda on buildings and grounds, O&M updates. Mr. Rinkowski, I'll turn it over to you very quickly. I'm sure there are good things to highlight in here.
Yes, there are, Paul. Thank you. The solar dashboard, this will be the last time I'll present that in this form because we have reached 12 months of performance tracking.
And so we try to compare to prior year. It's a solar year as well. I'm working with a third party to put together an analysis of how a month would look without solar based on the way comment structures are building right now. There's some challenges with demand charges that I need some assistance with, but we're having a meeting on that next week. I look forward to having something for you to look at in November. A higher level on the solar, it has been 12 months. In September, we reached the first birthday of commercial operation of all three of the solar installations, all three campuses. Interestingly enough, the weather patterns over the last 12 months, the meteorological patterns, were very, very similar to prior years, so there was no need to do any normalization of the data. And as you can see, if you look on page of the whole report, page 4 of 74 of this packet of data, you'll see the cover sheet from Forefront. I did a lot of independent analysis to determine that we were very, very, very close in our numbers, and it's a matter of probably how we downloaded the data, what interval levels and rounding. And if you look at just that 12-month period, it's their performance was 108% of the agreed to contractual performance level. And they put another little analysis in there that all people we do business with when we do energy savings kind of work, the free energy portion. There was a period of time of a good month or so where they actually had, were performing, but they were just measuring its performance to come up with final data and work charging us for power. And it was a notable amount. It was nothing to sneeze at, 637,000 kilowatt hours in that period. So actually, we've gotten 118% of the power as a whole. But in the 12-month period, and no, does the system perform? We've overperformed by a little bit. And you have to note that one of the most highest performance months in the beginning of the summer, Conley was down. And so we did 108% even without that. So we're doing very well. Any questions about that? Okay. There's a couple of reports in here. I actually reached out to the Strategic Energy Management Cohort. We got another check in the mail. We get little checks in the mail quite regularly for actively participating in their meetings and participating with them in their coaching sessions for us, and little efforts that we do internal operationally. We get little rewards for that. So I said to them, I said, what kind of money did we really get over the whole period? And they followed up by sending me these reports, which are very nice. There's a lot of data in there. There's some valuable data, things that they modeled our facilities, things that I actually was hoping to learn in the process with them on how we could better balance with it, some things on there called balance points and things that will help us better set the building automation controls to be more efficient. As a total, we received $13,271 in incentive dollars from participation in the program. And we also, in their modeling, they estimate that we saved almost $36,000 besides in energy. So it was a good investment in time. The last thing I want to bring to your attention, Mr. Altmaier continues to remind me that we need to have operational goals, operational efficiencies. So one of the things I did is I took an audit of what our charges were from the Lake and the Hills Sanitation District, because the Reed Road campus gets its sewerage service from that government unit, and that it's not part of the village of Huntley, although the water service there is from the village of Huntley. And I took a couple of different parameters and did some analysis and shared it with Lake and the Hills Sanitary District. I said, listen, I'm very well aware that our population is reduced there, and also our water consumption, rightfully so, has reduced. And it took a couple of looks and a couple of presentations of data, but they agreed to reduce our bills a notable amount. We're going to save another $4,600 a year on charges from that. And that's actually after, I didn't really tell you about it because, I guess I was too busy with building things back in the day, but a number of years ago, probably about right before we started the 2014-15 editions at the high school, we went through another round and a similar reduction through a conversation with them. So this is just round two, and got a reminder every few years we'll do that, revisit that with them, and they're very open to that kind of thing. So be happy to answer any questions. Oh, one other thing. One of our summer 22 projects is actually out to bid now, the roof replacement. There's been a lot of activity, interest in that project. We should see a good turnout in bidding. Pre-bid meeting is November 5th. We expect to open bids on November 17th unless there's complication, which we don't see to proceed. And we'll see what happens there, but it looks like we're going to have a lot of interest. We're getting close to going on the drawing board with our only other big project right now. We had another meeting today about the final design philosophy before we actually nail it down and get it on paper. But that's the asphalt replacement at Marlow. Be happy to answer any questions for the board. Thank you.
Okay, so the vendors you've talked to are gonna be bidding on the roof replacement. Materials aren't an issue trying to procure.
Well, I'm hearing from the manufacturer's representative actively participates. And because we've got the kind of a model where they actually inspect the thing as it's being built.
Yeah.
There's no buried conditions, and the warranty's real solid. They're confident in everything, and then they stand behind it very well, this company. And we talk about that. And just like last year, I probably didn't mention this much to you, but we awarded the bids nice and early last year for this work.
Right.
And it was also kind of a scary moment in time for that. And I got a phone call in the very early spring, and they said, hey, Doug, do you mind if the material would be delivered to the site? I'm like, no, because I'd love to see it here, and
right.
You're not going to tell me we have a shortage. And with that kind of philosophy in mind, we should have plenty of time to get that material here, and we've got the place to store that
right.
kind of material on site, so we'll be good.
Okay.
All right, any additional questions? Thank you for that one. Anything else to highlight on that report? I know it's really lengthy and there's tons of data in there, so just want to make sure. All right, if there's no questions, I'll turn it over to Mr. Quagliano for number 22.
Action items, okay. 22, so we have Curriculum and Instruction Committee. Mr. Guerin, I don't know if there's anything you need to other than motion being made.
Dr. Schlicker, did you want to give an overview on the intergovernmental agreement? Or?
Just a quick overview. We do have a student who is attending classes through SACID. It's a student with visual impairment. The student's already there. We transport them. This contract that you see in front of you, actually it's an intergovernmental agreement,
Right.
which would just be an extension in order to continue services for that student. So very standard as to what we have looked at before, and it is just to meet the needs of that student that are being met through SACID.
We do have a copy of that at our
place.
So. And we're voting on that then?
Yeah, I'll if you want, I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Okay, so any other questions before I make a motion on this item? If not, I'll make it a motion to accept the intergovernmental agreement with the School Association for Special Education IndyPage to support the needs of one of our students with low disabilities. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Guerin. Can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Cready?
Yes.
Motion passes. On item 22-2, Finance Committee, take this, so we have our fiscal year 21 audit and financial report. Each of us have a copy of it at our place. Mr. O'Meara, would you like to elaborate?
Yeah, I would love to elaborate. And I'd love to elaborate because normally our auditor is here, right, every year in October to present the audit report.
Correct.
He's not because he double books himself. So he can be here if we'd like him to be here in November. But in 13 years, and actually probably 14 years since I've interviewed, the very first interview I had, well, the audit, the partner for the audit that stood at the lectern and gave the update of the audit report, and he gave it page by page by page, and it was a very long presentation. But I do want to do this justice, because this does represent, you know, fiscal year 21, and I know fiscal year 21 wasn't a really great year, but financially, it wasn't too bad. So I do want to provide an update and kind of talk about some of the things that fiscal year 21 represents financially and things we did, because we don't want to forget some of those things we did, because some of those things, well, are actually very, very good things. But I want to start with, you know, every year we have to complete this, and this is a lot of work, right? It's staying up to date on monthly financial statements and being ready for the auditor when they come in the middle of July, which is, by the way, only 2 weeks after the end of the fiscal year. And so Mrs. Solomon's back there, and normally the auditor makes her stand up and he applauds her. But, you know, I also want to thank the whole team, because really, to be honest with you, the whole team has to prepare for the audit. We have to close the books on a timely basis, and we have to get this done to have this presented in front of you in this short of a time, frankly. So I want to thank her and the whole team as she kind of manages to get that done. Good news, you know, I'm going to try to keep it high level up front, and then I'm going to get into a little bit of detail. So get a drink if you'd like. There were no audit findings or no material adjustments. Typically, we would have an unqualified opinion. That's what we want when we get an audit report, is an unqualified opinion. But over the last several years, we've had a qualified opinion because we opt not to pay an actuary for Statement 75, GASB Statement 75 for post-retirement benefits for which are nil or none, and we would have to pay several thousand, if not $3,000 or $4,000 for something that really doesn't mean anything. So we do have a qualified opinion, so I did want to bring that to your attention. Big picture, the operating surplus, let's get to the nuts and bolts. The operating surplus after other financing sources was approximately $1.69 million. The operating reserves, the fund balance reserves, approximate $39.8 million, of which we all remember there's $4.5 million committed, okay, restricted, and that's the reserve for replacement. So after the $4.5 million is excluded, our operational fund balance reserves approximate $35.3 million, or approximately 31% of the district's operating revenue. We have a policy of 25%, so 31% is pretty good. A lot of other districts around us have 40, 50, 60, 80%. So we're not great, but we're pretty good. I'm very happy with 31%. But now I want to talk about fiscal year 21, because we all know fiscal year 21, school year, that's school year 21. Well, it was a hard year, and over the last year and a half, the community, the nation, we were all tasked with navigating through the pandemic, whether it was O&M or technology or curriculum, or everybody, the board, right, dealing with everything. You know, that said, we got through, but we continued to problem solve to ensure that, well, safety for all students and staff was paramount, right? We continued to do the things we needed to do. We continued to move our focus moving forward. Major capital projects didn't stop, and we'll get into that in a little bit. Curriculum and instruction continued to focus on innovative and, yes, new ways to teach our kids, right? Every department continued to move forward as we entered in this new era of trying to figure things out, okay? Major capital projects included, well, a partial roof replacement in Huntley High School. We still have one to go. I think we still have.
Depends how much money.
Yeah, it depends how much money we set aside. For $946,000, we had $533,000 in guaranteed energy savings projects. So we continued to do things to save money for the district, a BAS control upgrade, lighting retrofits, and kitchen demand control ventilation. And we did boilers and chillers and a lot of other little things. So good news on the major capital projects front. We continued to drive sustainability forward, and we purchased 11 additional propane buses. So we now, in fiscal year 21, increased our propane buses from 14 to 25, which approximates 24% of our transportation fleet. We spent about $1 million on the fueling station and those 11 buses. Let's not forget solar, right? After a year and a half of building solar, actually several years of moving forward on solar, we flipped the switch in September. Too bad kids weren't in the building, but we still flipped the switch, and we obviously saved a lot of money as a result of that. So all of those things combined fiscally speaking, set us up for the years to come. So those are good things I did not want to forget about. Yeah, we did have some unfavorable items, I think we all know with COVID, right? The need for purchase, hospital-grade cleaning and disinfecting supplies, the additional cost of cleaning and disinfecting, right? The additional devices and the technology support, the additional headcount support we needed across the district, right? The economy took a dive, resulting in, interest rates that are incredibly less than favorable. We lost a lot of interest earning income. Rental income disappeared, right? Our eligible health services that we were providing some of our students because they were remote, they're not eligible for Medicaid, so we saw a significant decline in Medicaid revenue. So there's a lot of very unfavorable things that happened, but we did have some favorable events, right? We had ESSER. ESSER 1 came out, and ESSER 1 was $184,000, so that was added to last year's revenue. As a result of all those increases, we applied for federal aid. FEMA, we're one of the few districts around here that actually collected dollars associated with FEMA, and we collected $106,000. And we had other budget line item savings, salaries and benefits from furloughed employees. Not too many districts made that tough decision, but financially speaking, I think we made the right one. We had lack of extracurriculars, extra duties, substitute teaching, reduced fuel costs, all of those combined to drive our operational surplus to $1.69 million. Okay, those are the numbers. As a result, our operating expense per pupil actually jumped 6.5% if you had a chance to read this, which I'm sure you haven't yet. But it jumped 6.5% to $12,616. That's a big jump. But it jumped for two reasons. Number one, our expenses went up, and number two, our ADA went down because our average daily attendance, a lot of kids were not attending, right, during COVID and during the pandemic. So we're not alone there. Every district across the state saw a significant decline or a material decline in ADA. So we did see a jump to $12,616. So that's where we ended up from the operating results financial perspective. But we did other things as well. And I don't want to forget, we updated our strategic plan. It's a big one, right? We've got 4 new goals, and one of those goals, right, the financial portion of the goal, right, is that the district remains sustainable to meet the needs of students in the community. And under that goal, operational efficiency became paramount. It became almost a monthly conversation in many of our departments, and that's going to help carry us forward for years to come. And we continue to do things we choose learning over burning. I got it in, right? So there's a lot of good things that are coming out of fiscal year 21. Long-term debt, right? We talked about the restructuring of long-term debt. We probably all forgot about this one, right? In September of 2020, which was the beginning of the fiscal year, we refunded $51 million of Series 2020 taxable general obligation bonds, and the refunding saved the district over $8.7 million. $8.7 million in long-term debt. Not bad. That is great for our community. It's great for the district. Also in fiscal year 2021, we authorized, I mentioned it earlier, the closing we just had on October 5th at $10.46 million of Series 2021A. Don't have to jump into property tax points. Lastly, I'll end with this, financial rating, right? The auditor typically only covers the financial rating. It's the ISB rating. We continue to be at the highest rating of financial strength of recognition at 3.8. That's for the last 3 years running. And I'll end with this, fiscal year 21 was not the year we planned for. No one planned, right, for this. But financially, we made it through, and we made it through with an operating surplus of $1.7 million. And we here, right, here at 158, we do, in this board, in this administration, as evidenced by the operational efficiencies that we have implemented, we have a strong commitment to fiscal responsibility. That's not going to change. We have a focus on being green, and probably the greenest and most sustainable district in the state, with the flipping of the switch of solar, with 25% of our buses being propane. And people don't think about it, but when we have energy reduction from 2.4 million down to 1.1, and oh, by the way, that was before we turned on the switch to solar, well, that's also being green. So, I think I'm proud of the district. I'm proud of what we've done. And I think FY '21 proves that, we can continue to move forward and do things we need to do. That's my audit presentation, and I've been waiting to do that for 13 years.
Okay, I commend you on being able to control yourself.
I did.
Thank you very much.
I got goosebumps.
Okay.
And it's really hard with that.
All right, so,
Any questions? I'd be happy to answer any
yeah,
questions.
so my initial question is, I did not, when I saw the operating expense per pupil, and I calculated the same percentage increase, I did not contemplate the fact that we're using like our average daily attendance numbers to determine what our student number is in that
Correct.
formula.
I'm sorry, correct.
So how far did that go down? I mean, I understand it's because of how attendance was calculated or whatever, but if you were gonna say, if attendance, you know, if we were normalized, for lack of a better term, do you think the operating expenses per pupil would have been up more like 2.5% to 3%? What?
I'm guessing here, I would think about 4%.
Okay.
Based on our increases in expenses.
Right.
We did have a decline in enrollment of I'm rounding numbers here, couple hundred, okay? But I know if we had a decrease in probably attendance by 150, I'm looking at Dr. Budzinski because he manages some of these numbers closer than I do.
Yeah, so if you think of the enrollment decline, not that we just talked about it
Right.
a month ago or 2 months ago, but a year ago,
Right.
was closer to 350 students.
Okay.
And then on top of that, it was about 100 to 150 students per day on average, fewer than we had the year prior.
Okay.
So combining those together, it's approximating almost 500 students on average a day.
Okay, so that's a decent chunk of, you know, a couple percent on the overall operating expenditure, boosting it up artificially that way. So my next question, because I know we dealt with how that, our transportation budget for, you know, is going forward. How about our state aid? Where's that, how's that getting affected by?
State aid under the evidence-based formula is a hold harmless formula.
Okay,
It
just wanted to hear you
continues to
say
be a
that.
hold harmless formula. So I had this conversation today with some people, that, you know, although the state's setting aside $350 million a year sounds great, that number does not, and never has over the past several years, has not exceeded the rate of
CPI increase,
Consumer Price Index.
It certainly
So
won't.
every year, we continue to fall a little further behind in terms of adequacy. So we actually need the state to kick in more than that $350 million, otherwise we're never gonna get up to adequacy. So we had that conversation. And what I said was, well, just thankfully, for any district that has slightly declining enrollment, that is the only way you're gonna get closer to adequacy, is because of the hold harmless.
Okay. Something you were saying, okay. Okay, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Altmeyer related to the audit report?
Just the most engaging version I've heard in 13 years.
Yeah, thank you. I figure, you know, there's a lot of good things that still happen in fiscal year '21, so.
I would concur. I mean, the audit document is fairly substantial. School district audits, you know, governmental audits by far are the, you know, the most extreme of the audits in regards to the quantity of information that's contained in the report. They are, we call the CAFR account, comprehensive accounting financial report. So it's good information. I want to thank Debbie. I know you spend a tremendous amount of your time in your office with your people. Appreciate it. I know under Mark's guidance, but I know you're doing a lot of work on it. So appreciate your efforts in getting this out. Always doing it in a timely fashion, and always, again, what I really appreciate about your office over the years is the level of internal controls and cross-training that you have within your office. Like I said, going back in the day when that was not a hallmark of this district, to the degree you've implemented all those items, it definitely be commended how your office operates. You don't operate with a large amount of people for the volume of transactions and dollars that are involuntary. You guys operate extremely efficiently, and I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Can I?
Yes.
Can you do me a favor, or maybe I'm just asking on behalf of the public, so we throw terms around like hold harmless, can you clarify that so people understand what that means?
Yeah, hold harmless goes back to when the evidence-based funding model rolled out, and the goal was no school district would lose money. No school district would take a step back in terms of state funding. So hold harmless was a term that they used to say, hey, you're going to receive the exact same funding you received in prior year, and moving forward, each and every year, you will be held harmless to make sure that you collect at least the amount you collected in prior year.
Thank you.
But that would also apply to districts that are fully adequate as well, correct?
Yes, so I've also had that discussion today. So there are many tier 4 districts. There are many districts that are in excess of 100% of adequacy. And some of those districts, well, they're in the Lake Shore, right? They're Lake Forest and some of those districts in Lake County. Yes, they're still receiving the state aid that they received
Yeah, I think
5 years ago.
important dynamic with evidence-based funding is you're taking the marginal dollars and you are distributing it in a more needs-based way. But whatever gap existed when this started is essentially still there. When you think about our district relative to everyone else.
Comparing to other districts.
That would be correct, because the only thing that is being allocated is the 350 million year over year that's being allocated a little differently. So yes, districts that are underwater, less than adequate, are receiving more than a tier 4 district. And so as we probably are continuing to stay closer to the same adequacy level we started at, some of the Lake County districts are getting a little closer to 100%, because they're not receiving any additional state aid.
Okay, anything further? Not, okay, I'll make a motion to approve the fiscal year 21 audit and annual financial report as presented this evening. With a second.
Second.
Second for Mr. Troy. Can we have roll call, please?
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes. Passes. Item 22.22 is our payables. Does anybody have any questions related to the purchase orders, impress checks, accounts payable, and disbursements that are presented in this agenda? If you have any individual questions on those items, then I'd like to make a motion to approve the purchase orders, impress checks, accounts payable, disbursements for the dollar amounts listed in the agenda this evening. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Maiorino. Can we have roll call?
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Motion passes. Item 22.3, revenue contracts. We have our revenue contracts listed. I don't know, Mr. O'Connor, if you have anything further to say on them?
Nothing to add.
Nothing to add. There is just one contract in there, so nobody has any questions or concerns concerning that revenue contract. I'll make a motion to approve the revenue contract as presented in the agenda this evening. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Craddy. Can we have roll call?
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Item 22.3, our Human Resource Committee. We have our personnel report. Is there anything further other than what's previously stated?
I have nothing to add for the personnel report.
Anybody have any questions themselves on the personnel report presented? Okay, if not, I'll make a motion to approve personnel report as presented this evening. Second from Ms. Melendi. Can we roll call, please?
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Okay, item 22.32, health insurance rate recommendations for 2022.
Yeah, I have a few
Jerry, you
things.
probably have some comments.
Yeah, we've got a few things to walk through on this. And we've got some fairly good news to present to the board tonight. Going to make some recommendations for the new rates that'll take effect on January 1. And I spoke to open enrollment a little bit earlier. We'll be launching that here in a couple of weeks. We worked with Alliance, that's our insurance broker, and Wendy Williams. She goes and negotiates these rates for us. And she had brought Mr. Altmeyer and myself, some rates early before we were able to meet with the committee, and we had some very good news coming back with the health insurance rates. So you're going to see a 0.4% increase proposed tonight to all 4 plans. We have an HMO through Blue Advantage. We operate technically 3 PPOs, one being a high deductible HSA plan. So with some of the claims that we were experiencing, we did not anticipate that, but we will welcome that. And I'll walk through the direct impact we'll see with the board contribution and exactly the deduction that will come out with an exhibit here a little bit later. So very positive news on the health insurance side in terms of medical. The only downside we really had, we've been with Lincoln Financial for 2 years with our dental plan, and the dental plans came back really, really high. Lincoln was significantly higher than some of the other companies we had out there. As you can see here, they were proposing a 15% increase. That had started at 19%. Our broker went back, got it down to 15%. And the player that came in was Blue Cross Blue Shield. They were actually right around this, but we had an $86,000, guess what we would call a rebate, if you will, Mr. Altmeyer, essentially, that we applied towards the premiums, and we were able to decrease that down to a 7.55% increase. So while we don't like to change carriers, the committee felt staying with Lincoln Financial for our dental was not good for the employees in terms of the premiums and the premium increase that would have taken place. Although we are going to see a premium increase in going with Blue Cross Blue Shield, that was the best plan that ended up coming back. So we had some other companies that were out there that were involved, but they weren't able to get to this number either. So even though it's going up, we are happy with the Blue Cross Blue Shield deal, and we may look at some bundling next year since we have them in medical, and we also have some other ancillary plans that are going to have ending their rates. You will see Lincoln, we will still remain with them for life insurance, long-term disability, and voluntary life. We had guaranteed rates from 3 years ago, and we are entering into that 3rd year with them. I know Mr. Altmeyer unmuted over there to chime in on the dental, I would assume.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify on the rebate side with Blue Cross Blue Shield, because I think we all know that we use Blue Cross Blue Shield for medical. But just to be clear on the dental side, only for dental, it was a cash offering as part of the plan, as part of the dental plan. In other words, here's the premiums we're offering, and oh, by the way, we'll send you an $85,000, or we'll give you an $85,000 credit to the district. And so we chose the health committee. That's really part of the plan. And we said, well, just roll that back into the insurance premiums, right? That doesn't belong necessarily to the district. It belongs to the members of the plan for those that are part of that dental plan. So they agreed, and they rolled them back into the premium. So I just wanted to clarify, it's not necessarily a rebate, but it was part of their initial offer.
So we do have a recommendation to move that plan over to Blue Cross Blue Shield. You can see some of the other plans there. We still do a plan through AFLAC for voluntary accident, critical illness, which is voluntary. So if we move to page 2, you can see the shift that is taking place from the 2021 rates. These are the monthly rates that include the board contributions. So when we deal with our broker, they deal in monthly rates, they bring those back. When you deal with our employees, they deal with per pay. And so essentially, dividing by 2 since we get paid on the 10th and 25th of the month. So what I did this time around, I usually don't put this out there, but I wanted the board to see what the employees see. So I attached an exhibit here on the last page, and those are, that's the primary rate sheet that we use for 24 pay periods. So what you're going to be able to see there, you're going to be able to see the different plans, and you would see the overall premium per pay, and then in the red, you're going to see the board contribution. So as you know, we have language with HEA that impacts both bargaining units, and that is what you're seeing in terms of the board contribution. Overall for the medical, I think the biggest increase was just a couple dollars per pay. So very similar rate sheets, so we're in a good spot there, and then we shifted the dental over. So I think I'm going to continue to share this rate sheet in the future just so you can see what our employees look off of when they open enroll. We do have a couple other rate sheets that pertain to some folks that are under what we call dual rates, or if they're on 17 pays. But this is the primary rate sheet that folks will be looking at when we get into open enrollment. And just for clarification, for the single plan, the board contributes 95%, and it's actually, the 95% is coming off of the PPO2 this year. And for plus one and family, it's to the second highest costing plan, which is the HMO plan. So it's 70%, and then we use those numbers to go up and down across the board there for the board contribution. And just some other things we've got going. We still have the Zero card. The Zero card, we're still trying to get launched. The timing of the Zero card, when we tried to launch that here, they literally were on campus the week before the shutdown, and we just never really got it off the ground. We've got a handful of folks using that Zero card. It's no cost to the district. Anytime someone uses that, it is positive savings towards the district and the employee. So we're going to try to do a better job to get people to think about using that benefit that we have out there. So still with the Zero card that we introduced a couple years ago. So those would be the plans. The major change is the Blue Cross Blue Shield for dental.
Overall, this is pretty spectacular news for the employees, for us too.
Yeah, this is pretty good. And considering the dental, we were in a 2-year deal with Lincoln Financial. And it always seems, since I've been in this role, this will be our third carrier. The person you choose to go with, it always seems like someone comes around during the renewal process and is able to put a better rate out there. Before we were with them, we were with Guardian, and I think we've seen a few others in our time also. So and I'm told that that is the nature of the beast out there when they go out to do the renewal rates. But yeah, Mr. Quagliano, in terms of, the overall insurance plan we're going to be able to put out there, pretty confident that this is very competitive out there.
Yeah, it's good deal.
What type of feedback can Alliant provide that, why it's so favorable? Is it, anything to do with just the claim trend line within the pandemic, or is it something more?
No, they didn't. They really didn't have a specific thing to point to, Mark. I mean, you could recall anything, wasn't anything she really said, keep doing this. Like I said, we've still got some large claims out there. We've got some large claims that aren't going to go away, but it's a handful of individuals. So I think overall, when we look at, the health of the folks that are on the plan, think we're in a positive place for the most part.
Yeah, I think, you know, when I was drilling down on some of that, you know, these are actuarially driven, right? Based on, the large claims in the past and what they are and, you know, have they ended service on some of those large claims or some of those large claims continuing. And so over the last several years, we had quite a few of those claims that were year-over-year type claims. And so I think we saw a little bit of a decrease of that, which is now being evidenced, right, even in our July and August claims, which was good to see because my initial reaction was, really? Like, your reaction was that was my reaction. But I think it is because of the membership that we have, the large claims that we had in prior years. And you got to remember, the last 2 years have been not good. We've had a lot more large claims than we typically have. And so I think those are coming down, and I think they neutralize and soften, you know, some of our fixed costs, some of our stop loss fixed costs. And we can probably break that out at a future meeting and give you a little more detail on the fixed cost versus the variable cost in terms of where kind of some of that benefit was. You know, we did this over Zoom. You know, they're still not getting out of the office, so we can provide that information at a future meeting.
And we're still going down that wellness track too. We do the screeners, and we're in the middle of that right now. They're on campus right now. They're Marlowe tomorrow, but every building has at least one day where they do the blood draws, or you can go off site. Right now, we're trending to over 600 of the 811 folks that are on the plan participating in that. So that number has increased significantly, and we know that's not only tied to folks looking after their wellness, but we have an incentive built into the contract for folks to do that and also to get their annual physical. So I would like to think that we've added some things that have been very positive, that has gotten folks some medical information that's very easy to access through the portal, and also getting everyone to their doctor every year. I think it's been very positive also. Yeah. Not everyone, a lot of people.
What, 2:30, 1:02? All good stuff. Do you have anything further on this?
No, that's it.
469, double that.
Okay. Get to that. Anyone have any questions, further questions?
Yeah, we're a little slow over here. Hang on a second.
I'm just looking at, on page 2, the medical plan, 2022, and I'm just looking at PPO number 1, employee and family, 939.32, and then when I go back to page.
That's a monthly cost, right?
Yeah, that's a monthly cost.
And then the spreadsheet on the
The spreadsheet is the per pay period, yep. Like if we put a monthly cost.
One is a per.
Yeah, yep.
We're just trying to answer the questions here internally.
Yep, absolutely. So,
9:35 p.m.
yeah, you know, like I said, I added that rate sheet at the end because I wanted you all to see, you know, what the employees see, and also the board contribution component to that. Our broker and our, platform, they work in that monthly world, for the monthly rates, and that'd be okay if we had one pay period, but, since we've got two. So I'm gonna continue to do that as we move forward, and we may just transition to that per pay, so there's, you know, not any confusion with it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any further?
I think we're done.
You think you're done with?
No problem.
No more shenanigans over here.
Put that calculator away. Very good. If no further questions, then I will, make a motion to approve the recommendation on health insurance rates, provided in the agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gentry. Can we have a roll call?
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mrs. Malinsky?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Myerino?
Yes.
Motion passes. 22.4 is policy.
It's been discussed, at length in prior meetings, and, a second reading on the action, to adjust the policy, granted to the district.
Yeah.
Didn't we approve this?
You did.
One time. actually become district.
Okay, we learn something new every day, we learn two things today.
Anytime, like a good neighbor.
So is there any?
Nothing further to add.
Yeah, do we, so we have to vote on it?
Yep.
Yes. All right, so if no one has any further questions on that, all right, I'll make a motion to approve, is it policy 10.2121? Is that what it is?
No.
I don't think so.
The amendment to policy.
Resolution 7-6.
Yes, okay. Health insurance. Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the amendment to policy 7:60 on residency as presented in the agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mrs. Maiorino. Can we have roll call, please?
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino? Yes. Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Motion passes. Item 22.5 is, building and grounds. We have the amendment 1 to the CT Beach agreement. Sharon Kazak, do you have anything to present here?
This is an offer for a 3-year extension. If you read the amendment document on page 2, you'll see there's some language amending some of the existing language in the contract right now to afford this. We're in a unique situation right now where CPI is trending since December very high, and we believe that this is a good long-term business model for the district. We have no reason not to want to recommend extending the contract with these people. They've done a fine job over the last 3 years. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, so this thing has built in additional, after the first 3 years, it has built in 7 additional years solely at our discretion, correct? Anybody have any questions?
No. Nope. 3 years, fine.
Okay, it's fine. Nobody has any further questions on that. I'll make a motion to approve Amendment 1 to the CT Beach agreement as presented in the agenda.
Second.
Second from Mr. Troy. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Maiorino? Yes. Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Motion passes. Item 22.52 is Amendment 5 to the ABM educational agreement. Because what do you have to say about this?
We have an opportunity right now. We have an employee that's been with us a long time. Sonia Spachowska's been with us over 25 years. She was serving what they call a swing shift role, from supporting the lunch program, starting in the middle of the late morning there, and ending the shift in the middle of the evening. All our other buildings over the years have had this position as an outsourced position. The district has evolved in a lot of different directions since back when they decided to outsource a significant amount of custodial services besides just housekeeping. We've evolved where we've had other positions that have become HESPA that didn't exist before as we've grown in things. So I know Mr. Zaire met with HESPA and they were fine with this move. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. The price is is reasonable. It's the same rates that we've got for the other services, and I think it'll be better for the district. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions concerning contract amendment? Okay, if not, I'll make a motion to approve Amendment 5 to the ABM Education Agreement, ABM Education Custodial Service Contract as presented in the agenda. Have a second? Second from Mr. Gentry. The roll call.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino? Yes. Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes. Okay, motion passes. Item 23, Board of Education. The minutes from various meetings presented there. Do we have any questions, concerns on those minutes? If not, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from September 2nd, Committee of the Whole, September 16th, regular meeting, September 16th, budget hearing as presented in the agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Troy. So we have roll call.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino? Yes. Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Okay, we suspended closed session earlier, so I'll make a motion to go back into closed session at 9:43. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Maiorino. The roll call, please.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino? Yes. Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
We'll be back in closed session.
That's the first time I've ever done that. I like it.
Can somebody give me a lift home?
What? You don't like having me on the corner?
No, I did, but, you know, we never.
Are we clear?
You never asked for
I-
Chris? Oh, you want to take,
I was talking about my, I wish my.
You weren't- You were
Assessment tape.
Okay, we're resuming back in open session, having completed closed session. It is 10:39. Can we have roll call?
Mr. Gentry?
Here.
Mr. Darren?
Here.
Mr. Troy?
Here.
Mr. Quagliano?
Here.
Mrs. Melendi? Here. Mrs. Maiorino? Here. Mr. Traddy?
Here.
Okay, we're all here, no action out of closed session. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting at 10:40. Second.
Second.
Second from Ms. Melendi. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No. Meeting is adjourned.